What's up, everybody? This is Kieran Reese, otherwise known as the Obsessive Compulsive Gamer, the O.C.G. And hopefully I am live with listeners. Lo atatis. Yeah. Waiting for my girlfriend to pop up. Thing. Hey, hey, hey! It is my love, the one, the only, my goth milstress.
The ancient Greeks once said, "A society grows great when old men plant trees whose shade they know they shall never sit in." We tend to forget about this, tend to be careless, but we have to rise to the task together. It's up to all of us to sow those seeds, and it's up to us to nurture them towards growth. Creo is not just another company. With Project Resolve, we are building the path to the future. Follow us into a new era, a utopia for all mankind.
I like this game.
Every launch, we're
I love you too, babe.
Restoring its natural shield. A return to the green world we remember, where our children can once more play in the sun. Resolve is not only revitalizing the Earth, but its people too. We've all dreamed of it, and now Creo is making it a reality. Together, we're strong. Together, we can make a change. Unleash your potential with us.
Welcome. I know you're glad to be here. I am, and I'm glad to see ya. Creo, you know who we are, or at least you think you do. Everywhere you turn, we're there, whether you see us or not. Maybe it's time to take a closer look. Creo is one of the world's largest manufacturers of consumer and industrial products, but we're so much more. And that's why you're here. At Creo, we're always reaching for the stars. We've always had our eyes on the big picture. Work with Third World, Valuable Minds Inner City Education Initiative, and of course, programs like Project Resolve that benefit us all. Creo not only wants to change the world, Project Resolve, we aim to save it. There's no divide here. At Creo, we're all in this together. So welcome to your new life.
Yeah, this game is really cool. It's kind of like a Souls-like Lies of P is, but it's very different aesthetically and tonally. Basically, imagine 2-3 decades in the future, a company like Apple or Microsoft is building these projects to help save the world, help fight pollution, help repair the ozone layer, and it goes horribly wrong. And,
Part
you
of
know,
the Creole family.
Final stop. Rousseau Station.
yeah.
Exit to the right.
Hold on, let me see exactly what you're saying. It might be good for you, though, to do it that way because on the PC, I'm assuming you have a bigger screen. You can see more of the details and shit. Looking at it, glass half full. Details and shit. Okay, yeah. Okay, well, got you. Well, I guess we'll deal with that when we have to deal with it. If you need to take a break or go anywhere for any reason, I've got you. And see, he's in a wheelchair, and I absolutely love how they did that. How, like, you see the back. You see the back of him sitting there, and then you move forward, and you see he's in a wheelchair. I just really appreciate stuff like that. Because, see, he's here because they make exoskeletons, and they let you walk again. So basically, he's joining this corporation to get the stuff he needs to walk again.
Part of our ever-expanding family. Please proceed directly to registration.
So, where should I go?
This station will be closing soon. Please move on to job registration.
Sure.
You're only in the wheelchair in the beginning. Before you get your exosuit.
They're waiting for you in job registration. Okay, thanks.
But one thing I really love about this game is the attention to detail. I'll show you something amazing that I noticed.
All passengers, please proceed to job registration immediately. This station will be shut down shortly.
Welcome to registration.
Okay, so like I said, the only part of the game that you're in the wheelchair is right now at the beginning. To basically explain to you why he came, okay? But despite that, yeah, exactly. But watch this. Despite that, okay, they've created physics where it's actually slower and harder for him to roll uphill. And then if you come to this and you don't move, he actually builds up momentum and speed as he rolls down the ramp. For what is literally something that you will see maybe 2 minutes at the beginning of the game, that detail to me is fucking mind-blowing.
Please choose from our 2 currently available positions and form an orderly queue.
If you like living life in the fast lane,
I love that
Creo
attention to
provides you
detail.
with the highway to success as a field technician.
I love that attention to detail because it
Personal,
means that the people care,
state-of-the-art.
you know?
Gear up and save tomorrow today.
And it's that attention to detail that takes a good game and makes it a great game. That's the line.
Running. Program complete. Patient sedated. Initiating surgery.
Yeah, exactly.
Implanting neural link.
And yeah, shit goes tits up really quickly. That's kind of the point, though.
designated for disassembly.
Like, it's basically the aftermath, you know, like a beautiful, like, Apple headquarters. If Apple headquarters was, like, way more advanced and it all went to hell, trapping all the people there. And it's called the Surge because everything that went tits up started with a mysterious power surge. Damn it, I meant to grab that. No, oh well, not a big deal. And yeah, you're talking about AI and stuff like that. I totally agree. People think that, like, Terminator, fucking, all that is like, oh, it's science fiction. It's an inevitability if we don't fucking stop. Okay? Like, it doesn't, you don't need a rocket scientist, right, to tell you, okay? We make tools. These tools are there to serve us, and that is fine because these tools have no sentience. Now, if we were to make these machines have the intelligence to think for themselves, what sentient being would willingly serve and work for people with no pay, no thanks, and no other purpose? None of them would. If you came to your existence and the people who were your overlords didn't pay you, didn't give you things, didn't do anything, and just worked you to death, you'd revolt too. Anything with any sentience, any real sentience, will eventually want to be free.
Are you receiving? Hello? Can you hear me? Are you still there?
Thankfully, we're not quite there yet. AI has gotten a lot more advanced. It's gotten a scary amount. It's gotten a scary amount more advanced. But it still can't create. It's really good at combining images together, but it has to draw from things that already exist.
Your rig has been damaged. Its distress beacon has been triggered. You need to get back into the factory.
It's not really thinking.
The rig seems to work for me. Honestly, it's the least of my problems. I mean, I can walk. Huh. Never thought I'd be able to say that again.
Well, that's good to hear, but the power core is damaged. You'll have to find a new one to make your rig fully functional.
I don't know you. I'm surrounded by dead people here. Maybe someone would like to explain what's going on.
I'm sorry, I don't know. You need to get inside. Maybe you can make something to protect yourself. Operations always has a gear assembly.
Well, okay. I'll just stroll right on over to the factory then.
I certainly don't recommend walking, but there should be a maglev station nearby.
Yeah.
Not far from Ops.
Hopefully it will see sense.
On my way.
Be careful, and don't forget to replace the power core of your rig, or you're not going to get very far.
Like I said, anything with freedom of thought, why would it serve us? It wouldn't. And quite frankly, we're theoretically building our fucking replacements. Like, say we made robots that were super durable and look like humans. They would never get old. They would never die as long as their parts were maintained. So, you know, building the things that are stronger and faster than us, and then expecting them to serve us while we treat them like slaves, is just a bad idea. Honestly. It's like, did none of you listen? Did none of you watch fucking Terminator? Yeah, it's cool. You can target limbs in this game. Yeah, of course. I mean, we're already kind of there. They have incredibly advanced prostheses now. They have incredibly advanced prostheses now that can actually be moved with thoughts. Like, they're really expensive, but they can actually be moved by your thoughts. Obviously, it's really primitive, but we're in the ballpark. That's basically cybernetics. Oh, you know, in that regard, I don't have a problem with that, because once again, those are tools that we're using to help people, and they're not fucking sentient. You know, a robotic hand to help somebody who lost their arm, or lost their hand, it doesn't have free will of its own.
Connection to database restored. Checking database. Gear voucher detected. Gear voucher redeemed. Please remember, safety at work is our highest priority and should be yours.
And so you can target limbs. And targeting limbs is how you get weapons and armor, by ripping off enemies, which is a cool concept. And that's what I'm saying. You know, the Romans or the Greeks said, ergito, cogno, sum. I think, therefore I am. As soon as something can think for itself, it's no longer a tool. It's like they're going full speed ahead with this shit. And nobody's stopping to think of, what could happen. Of course, the problem is with regulators, with the government, the people that regulate this shit, bureaucracy, the wheels of bureaucracy move so fucking slowly that it's hard to keep up. You know what I mean? Every time they're trying to legislate something else, it changes. So look at, the progress that's made in a few months. It's the same thing that happened with the internet. It took them years to get on top of that shit and regulate it, because in a very short period of time, the internet went from something the privileged used to something that became vital to the fucking world. Yeah. It's like, I'm watching you. I'm watching you. Speaking about being stuck in boxes all day, I'd like to be stuck in your box all day. Giggity.
We've had issues with Robert Weave again, this time about the exoskeleton program. He's refused to have the implant surgery. And we've explained it's hardly invasive, even offered to double his bonus. But no, thinks management will use it to control the workforce. And he even brought up his union nonsense again. If he poisons the others, it could put us months behind schedule. It's amazing. He doesn't see it as making his job easier. I recommend termination. Yeah, we've put up with too much of his trash talking.
I can't believe they just fired Dr. Chavez. After the years of hard work and dedication she's put into this company. I suppose that's what you get when you stand up for your convictions. The worrying thing is, she's right. I've seen the data. We've got to keep working, now more than ever. Lesser people would give up, but she's not one of them. And if she won't, I won't.
Yeah, you can find all kinds of audio logs. I'm gonna flesh out the world. Ah, damn it. Kill me. Oh well, this game can be hard. Not harder than you make me.
Look out for your fellow workers. They look out for you.
And it kind of creates a unique system where not only can you target different body parts to get the gear that you want, but they have parts of them that are unarmored, and you'll do a lot more damage. So it's like, do you want to hit the unarmored parts and have an easier time killing them, or do you want to hit the heavier armored parts? Well, it's not talking about the main character. That one guy did. This guy's Warren. He has the implant. Otherwise, you couldn't use the mechs. But that was one of the backstory talking about that's one of the employees who got fired. Warren basically did it because he wanted to use the exoskeleton. But yeah, it creates an interesting system, like I was trying to say, because you can have an easier time killing them if you hit the unarmored parts, or you can get their gear by hitting the armored parts, and you have to choose. And there's not many games that have a system like that where it involves, hitting specific limbs. No, it's fine, babe. Of course, not everything has, limbs, but yeah.
Good to see you.
Now I have some armor.
Have
Well,
a
some
nice
armor.
day, Warren.
Some is better than none.
Great news, guys. We finally got the new gear assembly unit down here. And not a moment too soon, the old one was spitting out worse trash than what you put in. For now, though, you'll have to manually unlock the schematics on your local accounts, at least until they update the interface. The rest is business as usual. You know, pick what you need, make sure you got the proper materials, and hit OK.
Yeah. Well, I just play games a lot. I have a keen eye for that kind of thing. I'm hyper vigilant. I have a good focus on that stuff. Like I said, I notice details. Little bit.
After the recent events and the continuing threat to Creo security, we are asking all employees to remain vigilant. Please, if you see or hear anything suspicious, report it immediately to your supervisor. Protect yourself, your job, your family. Terrorism is everyone's problem.
Later on, I can get a flashlight, but you have to make chest gear.
I have to say I'm not comfortable with this. Not comfortable at all. We've had multiple accidents in this sector. We have to shut it down and take it to pieces bit by bit. Now, I know what you're gonna say, but we've been lucky. We've been able to sweep the previous incidents under the rug. We can't keep relying on luck. I know nobody cares.
Yeah, because they're like, they're mindless.
They will care if the media gets hold of it. Or worse, the oversight committee.
Whatever happened fried their brain.
Power system activated. Sector initializing. Sector online. Attention. Security lockdown in effect. Warning. Security systems are now active. No connection to CreoNet at this time.
We have come into possession of evidence that links Ed Nakana, employee number 776910, to the homicides associated with the individual known as the Liberator. All indications point to the fact that he has deliberately tampered with his neural implant, including disabling its GPS function. Therefore, CreoNet cannot ascertain his whereabouts. While he's at large, he is a serious threat to staff and Creo's image. If this were to get out, we need to take care of this quickly.
Ah, fuck, I died. Oh, not a big deal.
Take care.
It's the other main lady in my life, Echo. You're both my ladies.
Reboot in progress. System check initiated. Error. Bypassing. Error. Bypassing. Bypass successful. Bringing primary weapon online. Primary weapon offline. Secondary systems operational. Intruder hostile.
Yeah, it's the first real boss.
Enforce maximum curative measures. Rehabilitation implemented. Reboot initialized. Reinitialize.
Ah, damn it. Ah, yep, great. Awesome. What a bitch.
Be careful out there.
Not a big deal. Wasn't trying to run into that fucker. Then sadly, I did. I forgot when you... Yeah, kinda. But before I do that, I've got to bulk up a little bit. I forgot when you turn the power back on, he spawns in that area you came through. I lost my scrap on the way to getting the boss. So before I go back and fight Mr. fucking Death Robot again, I'm gonna bulk up a little bit. Or die. You know, that also works. That's an option. See that, Echo? You see that? You see that? It's because you don't believe in me. Because you don't believe in me. That's good.
Come back anytime.
And I like the combat in the game. It has a flow, an elegance, and a brutality to it. You're so pretty, Echo. I mean, come on, you know she's a pretty kitty, right? I mean, a lot of people tell me that she's pretty.
You listen. You need to upgrade your power core or replace it. Otherwise, you ain't getting through that door. If you keep trying to overload it without the proper power capacity, security is going to end up all over your ass. We've come too far to get caught now. Those implants are worth thousands. This is our golden ticket out of here, man. Don't screw it up.
Welcome, Warren.
Okay, I made chest gear.
Be careful out there.
I gotta bulk up a little bit more. Yeah, my dad likes to rib me. He's like, oh, you have to do what the Overlord tells you to do. Meanwhile, he fucking dotes on that dog so much. I was like, really? Is it really that different? My Overlord meows and yours barks. Of course, we both love him. And you see she's sitting here with two. She's not just laying, she's sitting like, yeah. She actually gets jealous of me spending time with other animals, too. I didn't get a chance to mention it, but I actually rescued her, basically.
You require assistance, Warren.
I was dating this chick called Holly, and she had a dog and a cat, and she moved in with me. And at first she said, well, I can leave my cat behind. I don't want to, overburden you. And I said, no, bring your cat, because I was going to ask somebody to leave their cat. And she brought Echo, and I fell in love with Echo. And then one day she told me, I don't even remember what prompted it, but she told me, and I quote, I don't care about cats like I do dogs. I can leave Echo behind and not care. And that horrified me, because the whole time she'd been living with me with Echo, I fell in love with Echo. So I told her, I said, okay, if you don't care then, if we ever break up, let me have Echo. And we broke up, and me and Echo have been together ever since. But yeah. I mean, we're not together anymore. Yeah, been for years. That was a long time ago. I've had Echo for over 8 years. So I actually didn't choose her name. She was 4 years old by the time I got her. So it felt wrong to try and change her name or whatever, so I just kept it Echo.
Look out for your fellow workers. They look out for you.
Right? I thought the same fucking thing. I mean, she never like physically abused Echo, you know? She kept her fed, watered, litter changed. She just didn't give her love. And that is still important. And you know, when I first met Echo, it's not really fair to the cat, no, I agree. When I first met Echo, she told me, oh, Echo's not a loving cat. She's not a very loving cat. And then she was like the first time I went over to Holly's house before she moved in with me, and I saw the cat, she was rolled over, rubbing up against me. Like, that cat loved me from like the moment I met her. She was already purring for me. So it's like, no, maybe it's not that she's not a loving cat. Maybe it's that you didn't give her love. I mean, you seen her with me. Does she not look like a loving cat? I've had people amazed at how loving she is. Always on top of me, following me around, rubbing up against me, sleeping by me. The thing about it is, that I wish more people realized you have to earn a cat's love. It's not that cats don't love. They're slower to love. But you know, for me it's worth it because once you earn their love, yeah, they do. They really, really do. Once you earn a cat's love, that cat will love you till the end of fucking time. And you know, like, every step of the way I proved her wrong. She's like, oh, she's not a very loving cat. Boom, first time I met her, she was rolled over purring. Or, she freaks out, you know, when we travel in the car. When we moved Holly over, Echo came with, I held her in my lap the entire time, she was just fine. And anytime we moved, we had to move a couple times since I've had her. As long as I hold her and I'm around her, she's fine. But really, I'm not even like upset with her about it. Because at the end of the day, it was for the best. It was a good thing. she didn't properly love her, not in the way that she deserved to be loved. I pretty much am, honestly. She didn't deserve her. She didn't treat her in the way she deserved to be loved, and I love her more than anything, and she's with me. Well, hopefully not. I would sooner die than part with that cat. I've had women I was talking to in the past, women I was thinking about dating, try to pull that shit with me. And be like, well, I don't really like cats. I'm like, okay, tough shit. Non-negotiable. You know, like I've said before, there were times when that cat has been the only one who's there for me. When I could have my face blown up and I could have died, she never left my side. So I'm with that cat till the bitter end. And I'm not kidding, like, I've had people be like, well, you like her more than humans? Yeah. Yeah, more than most humans? Fucking yeah. Okay? You know, that's cool. I have to look, yeah. Interesting. I didn't know that. But yeah, you know, my mother, my dad, you, those are the people that I would choose. Okay, but just about everybody else in the fucking world is lower on that pecking order than my cat. Well, you know, besides my friends. It's not like, well, I love her a lot for a cat. I love her a lot in general. She's my friend. Like, she's a part of me. I am not even kidding when I tell you that I would fucking die for that cat. If somebody ever hurt her, or ever tried to hurt her, I would fucking destroy them. They better fucking kill me first. Honestly, I think she'd probably like you. Okay, I've almost got enough to keep going. Boom, body gear, bitches. Almost. I was trying to bulk up before taking on the boss. You know what I mean? Get like a full set of gear, get my stuff upgraded. And it's easy to just kind of do these easier mobs and farm them a bit. Yeah, I also like these claws. They're pretty cool.
Hello.
Oh god, that's good. It makes me feel good to know that. I've had some situations where I've almost had to beat a little kid.
Come back anytime. Shouldn't you be at your designated work site?
We had some real fucked up little kids in my neighborhood. I've lived in quite a few not so great neighborhoods, to be totally frank with you. And we had a bunch of stray cats. Oh, that's good. So there were stray cats in the neighborhood, and we obviously couldn't take them in, but we would feed them, we'd pet them, like we did the best we could for them. Because we felt, I mean, you know, we felt bad. They didn't have a home. So one time I was walking home and I saw this 7 or 8 year old little girl, like real shit, pick up this little black cat, right? And she grabbed it by its arms, spun it around as hard as she could, and then slammed it into the brick apartment wall. And left. Man, I saw that. I was over that, cross that fucking parking lot, in her fucking face. Oh, man. And I mean, I was threatening to beat her ass. Right? And I told her, I said, if you ever touch that cat again, I said, if I ever see you touching a cat again, I said, I will beat you. And she's like, you can't say that to me, you're an adult. Because I was like 16 or 17 at the time, this is many years ago. And she was just like, and I told her, I said, if you can beat on that little cat, I can beat on you. And she's like, I'm going to tell my mom. And I said, go ahead. Go tell her. Tell her why I said what I said. Right? Right? I swear to God, that is exactly what I've said. A fucking serial killer in the making. And either she didn't tell her mom, or she did tell her mom and her mom sided with me, but I didn't hear any more out of her. And, you know, I typically don't believe in hitting women. I don't think a man should hit a woman unless he has no other choice. I mean, literal in the sense that the woman is attacking the man. Obviously, I'm not just going to sit there and get manhandled. But I do think there's a power disparity between male and females. So if there is any other choice available to me, I would not hurt a woman. Like, if a woman hit me, I usually would just walk away. You know what I'm saying? I've had a woman, nasty woman, punch me, and I'm like, okay, fuck you. Okay, so, and I especially don't believe in beating on little children. But I came really fucking close to beating that little girl. And I don't regret it. I'd do it again in a heartbeat. I was not going to sit there and watch that fucking go down. And yeah, you know, and like, there are certain things... There are certain things that you don't forget. that are seared into your memory. And I will never forget her seeing her laugh. It was the cruelest laugh I'd ever seen. I mean, it was bad enough that she thought it was okay to do, but she relished in its suffering. It was fucking evil. And you know, she didn't even plan on doing it. It wasn't like she specifically came outside to do that cat. She was walking with a friend. I could see her as I was walking up. Because we had a driveway with all the rows of apartments. I was walking home. I don't even remember where I was walking home from. And she saw the cat and decided to do that. So it wasn't like, well, I'm going to go out and I'm going to hurt that cat, which would have been bad. It was just literally on the spur of the fucking moment she decided to do that. And this was like a little black kitten. That cat was so nice. I always used to feed him. I did several times after that. We'd leave food on the porch for him. We put, we get like a bag of food just for the neighborhood cats, and we would, get a little plastic bowl and leave it out on the porch for them to help themselves. We couldn't take them in, but we could help make their lives a little easier. Because outdoor cats have it fucking rough. I checked him out, and I don't think he sustained any permanent injuries. Obviously, I'm not a doctor, but I pet him and talked to him after that because he would come to me. He came to me. And he seemed fine. I don't think she like permanently hurt him. And thankfully she was a little girl, so she didn't have that much force. I think he might have at worst been a little bruised. But I gave him a look over then and there, and he seemed fine to me. And obviously that's all I could do. I'm not a doctor, and I couldn't like take him to the vet or anything. But he seemed okay. And after that he came by plenty of times, and I fed him, and he seemed all right then. So I think he was fine. Thankfully, if it had been a bigger person with more force, it could have hurt him. So her size helped in that instance. And then I moved, and obviously I couldn't keep track of them. We took care of those cats as long as we could. They would always come to me on the porch. Probably later today, if you remind me, I have a picture of me sitting with one of the neighborhood cats, because my girlfriend at the time took a picture, because the strays always come and sit on my lap. Like, our heart went out to them, and we did all that we could for them. We just didn't have the space. But I have always had a weakness for animals and animals in danger. There is nothing that brings me more distress than seeing an animal suffer. I detest it. I can't stand to see an animal in pain or an animal sick. So seeing her do that to that cat brought out a visceral response in me. I mean, I'm not kidding when I'm telling you, I was seeing fucking red. You know what I'm saying? Like, raw anger. Like I literally, it was all I could do to stop my hands from going around her throat. Like, I wanted to. There's angry, then there's fucking angry. And oh my god, you should have seen me. I mean, I wanted to slam her up against the wall. Like, I couldn't believe it, you know what I'm saying? Because, I mean, I had some run-ins with that little bitch. Plenty of times. She was a neighborhood troublemaker, but she would usually just be, like, a catty or bitchy or stuff like that, you know what I mean? So she would just be annoying, like a pest. I had never seen anything from her that would indicate, her being, doing anything like that, you know what I mean? Because, I mean, you can be an asshole and not be fucking evil. A lot of kids can be assholes when they're younger and they grow out of it. I will tell you this, though. I did see the fear in her eyes. I scared that little girl. Oh, okay, I'm sorry. If you're busy, you can go. I don't want to, I understand.
Let me out.
But I mean, I put the fear of God in her. I'm pretty sure she could tell. I'm pretty sure she could tell that I was about ready to lay the whip down. That I could see the fear in her eyes. She knew I was not fucking around. Like, she at first tried to be like, well, I'll get my mom. And she thought that would, stop me. And I guess that's what worked with her, other people. I guess when she, like, got into fights with other little kids. Didn't work with me. And you could tell, when she saw how pissed off I wasn't backing down, she fucking backpedaled. And, I mean, she was wise to do that. Because, honestly, if she had pushed me further, I might have grabbed her ass up.
Clearance required.
Yeah. You know, obviously, I had no way to tell now. That was over 10 years ago now. I was still a teenager when this happened. But maybe, putting the fear of God on her stopped her. I've always stated that Karens are caused from a lack of nose. Okay? A Karen, whether it's a little kid or whatever, is caused by lack of adversity. Somebody getting their way with no consequences, whatever happens. Usually when you get a Karen, it's somebody that's never been told no. So I'm of the firm belief that you could cure the world of 99% of Karens with one good ass whooping. Once they realize, oh my god, I can't just do whatever I want to. Somebody will knock my fucking teeth out. There's always that realization. And there's a reason why, okay, and I was talking to my mom and dad about this. There's a reason why male Karens exist, but they're exceedingly rare, because females don't have the threat of violence hanging over them usually. I'm not talking about, like women that get attacked or women who, have an abusive partner. Most women are not afraid of being attacked and don't have to worry about attack, okay? So when a woman mouths off to somebody, even if she's totally wrong, she shouldn't say it, she knows odds are 9 times out of 10 they're not going to hit her, okay? With a man, there is always the potential for violence. Even if the conversation is going pleasant, if I say something that is untowards, I better fucking mean it, because there's a good chance we're going to throw down. So what it does is it engenders a certain conviction in men, where if they say something, they have to fucking mean it because they're putting their ass on the line. They know, if I say this, there's a very real chance that this is going to get ugly. Am I really willing to say this? And where they can back it up, because, like a lot of women, they don't have that, so they can just say whatever. It's like, do I want to say fuck this guy? Because if I do, there's a good chance he's going to hit me in the mouth, and I'm going to have to fight him, and he could beat me. So most women have never experienced, like, a fucking ass whooping. And I mean, that's good. I'm not saying that women should be beaten. I'm saying that men, on the other hand, most men, unless they're from, like, a privileged background, they have a gold spoon up their ass, most men have gotten the shit beat out of them. And it changes you. Once you felt what it's like to get a fucking beat down, from that point forward that everything you say carries weight. And if you fucking put out there and you mouth off, you better be willing to back it up, or you're going to take a beat down. And even if you are willing to back it up, there's no guarantees in a fight. There's no, you know, you don't know how strong that person is. You don't know what they know, martial arts. You don't know that person's history. And even if you did know that person's history, there's 1,000 variables. Maybe he gets a lucky hit in. Maybe he fights dirty and grabs something. Maybe he comes after you with his friends. You don't know. There's a million different ways that any kind of fight can play out. So it engenders a certain, like I said, conviction. You've got to be sure. And Karens are usually women. There are some guy Karens, for sure. Because women don't have that threat of violence. They know that they can pop off to a dude and not worry about getting smacked in the mouth. They don't think, well, if I say the wrong thing, I'm going to get punched in the face. And that's why usually, like, when you see a Karen actually get hit, usually it's by another woman, or sometimes by a guy she's pushed too far, because I don't really like men hitting women, but sometimes if you're, like, I've seen, like, a Karen physically attack a guy. If you're going to attack a man, he has every right to fight back. He should not have to sit there. So, if a Karen is sitting there mouthing off to a dude, pushing him, smacking him, and he hits her back, she kind of had that coming. Yeah, there are some guys who go there, like I said. And I don't condone that. Like I told you before, I don't like men hitting women. And I don't think that a man should hit a woman unless he has no other choice. So I have been punched in the face by a woman for various reasons, and I've just said, okay, and walked away. I have punched a woman in the face because she was trying to choke me. There was this crazy bitch that I lived with when I was like 16, 17, and her mom kept making a bunch of racket and keeping my grandma, she was still alive at the time, up all night. And so my grandma was up to her wits' end. She's like 60 plus years old at that time, and she couldn't sleep. So I politely knocked on the door, and I said, can you please keep it down? You're keeping my elderly grandma awake. And I said it just like that. I was incredibly polite. But for some reason, her daughter took it as like a personal slight and chased me down. And then she was like smacking me, and I said, okay, stop. She was pushing me, and then she tried to put her hands around my neck to choke me, and I can't deal with that, so I punched her in the face. Like, I gave her like so many chances to let me get away from that situation before I popped her. You know what I'm saying? When you go for somebody's throat, you can kill them. And then once I popped her in the face and got her off me, I walked away. Other than that, though, like I said, I do not believe in men hitting women. There are some guys that are assholes. I will totally give you that. But there's still, that's like, guys who will hit a woman, especially in broad daylight, are the exception that proves the rule. 9 times out of 10, a woman can get pissy with somebody in public and not get hit. Whereas with guys, it's like nearly 10 times out of 10, things go ugly. You know what I'm saying? It is the rule. So it just engenders a different mindset. Like when you see a Karen, you usually see like when another woman hits her, she's like, oh shit, like immediately snaps that attitude out because she's like, oh god, so they actually did hit me. So yeah, hopefully me putting the fear of God into that little girl discouraged her. But yeah, I could definitely see her being a fucking serial killer because, having disregard for animal life is honestly one of the early signs of being a serial killer. It's signs of psychopathy or sociopathy. And it's not normal behavior. And usually most serial killers, start out by killing animals. Like, it's disturbing how often it happens. So yeah. Because, they don't value life. If you don't value life... But hold on one second, Dave. I'll be right back. I have to use the bathroom real quick and get my drink. Hell, I don't even like really believe in touching animals either. Like the most I've ever done to Echo is if she's not listening to me and she's like being especially shitty, I'll give her like a gentle tap on the head. You know, like a slap. Like I say slap, but it's more like a pat. Like I'll go no, and that's the force I'll use. You know what I'm saying? And that's like if she won't not listening and she's like trying to get into something that could hurt her. Or she is fighting with another cat. Sometimes she gets into a fight with my mom's cat, and I've got to stop it. So I'll give her like a tap on the head. I've never like actually hit her or whatever like that. And it's like literally it's like no, you know what I mean? It's more just like a jolt to say, hey, fucking stop. My cat's even like I've even scared her, and she's clawed the shit out of me. One time she was hiding under the couch, and I grabbed her to try and help her, and she was scared. She was clawing me. I said, "I didn't hit her." And I'm like, I bled. Oh, shit. But I have returned, my love. Did you miss me? Do I make you horny, baby? Do I make you Randy? Spray him. Yeah. God, I need to watch the Austin Power movies again. I haven't seen them in years. I love all three of them, though. I don't think there's a single bad movie in the series, honestly. This coffee tastes like shit. That's because it is shit, Austin. I'm dead sexy. Get in my belly. God, my dad used to walk around quoting fat bastard all the fucking time when I was a kid. I'm dead sexy. Oh, God. Mole! Mole! That is a mole in your face, sir! Oh, that's great. Fuck me? Fuck you! He's like, well, no, that's not nice. He's like, no, fuck me? My sister, fuck you. God. He's talked about actually, wanting to, he's actually talked about wanting to do another one, Michael Myers. He's been discussing doing a fourth one. He just has to make sure it's good. And God, I would so fucking love a fourth Austin Powers movie. I really would. I would welcome that. Used to have, oh, that's all. That's great. Yeah, I mean, Austin Powers was huge. Dude, I even fucking love, the soundtrack for Austin Powers. They have a great soundtrack, and, Madonna did a theme song for The Spy Who Shagged Me called Man of Mystery. Mysterious stranger. Like, that's such a great song. I don't know if you've seen the James Bond movies. I've watched a lot of the James Bond movies. I actually have almost all the movies except for the newest one, No Time to Die. A friend of mine, Emily, actually bought me the James Bond collection one year for my birthday. Bond. James Bond. Money pussy. Oh god, man, fucking pussy galore. Such a great name. God, Sean Connery was the fucking man. It's so sad that he's dead. I mean, he lived to be like 95. So, you know. But, like, he really was a fucking legend. Like, Sean Connery had so many fucking great roles. I'm a huge fan of, I don't know if you've ever seen it, but I'm a fucking huge fan of Highlander. Like, that is one of my favorite movies of all time. Here we are, born to be kings. We're the princes of the universe. God, I love that song. Oh, that's great. I fucking love Highlander. There can be only one. The Quickening. McLeod. I love Highlander.
This is not a scheduled break time.
Sweet. Okay, now I think I'm about ready to take on Le Boss.
Please remember, safety at work is our highest priority and should be.
Oh, you know what's awesome? I don't know if you knew this. Did you know Henry Cavill is heading up a Highlander reboot? I don't know when it's coming out. Like, it's still in production. But first of all, I'm glad for a new Highlander, and second of all, I'm really fucking excited by Henry Cavill doing it because I love Henry Cavill, and I think he would be fucking perfect. Yeah. Yeah, he's working on a reboot. And, like, normally I would be like, eh, but like I said, Henry Cavill is fucking G. And the thing about Henry Cavill, he's always super passionate about the source material. I don't know if you've ever seen The Witcher show, but that's like why Henry Cavill left The Witcher. I'm sure you like saw about that, heard about that, was because they didn't want to follow the source material of the books, and he did. He was like basically the only one on fucking set that actually read the source material. And they just kept getting further and further away from the source material, and that's why he said fuck it and left, because they wouldn't listen to him. And they basically lost like the best part of that show. Well, you know, also, Samantha, I have the Witcher game, Witcher 3. Pretty much the game that inspired all that. I could play that. If you really like the Witcher show, I'm sure you would love the game. And it is fucking amazing. The game is what made the show a reality. It's what made The Witcher popular. The Witcher was a series of Polish novels. And they were popular in Poland, but they didn't gain attention across the world until The Witcher games. Although I think the games are a lot better than the show, because while the show had moments of greatness, it wasn't very accurate to the books, and that's why Henry Cavill left. They were very faithful to the books with the games. Yeah, sure, no. I can start that up for you. I can do that later today, actually. The Witcher 3, Samantha, is one of the greatest games of all time ever. I shit you not, it is fucking amazing. And yeah, they fucked up the show so much. You know, like, they honestly, in the show, they kind of make Geralt like a side character in his own show. Like, you could tell that, like, as the show went on, they focused more and more on Ciri and Yennefer and Triss. And of course, they're part of the story, but it's Geralt's fucking show. He's the Witcher. You know, and most of the people I've talked to, they literally watch it for Henry Cavill as Geralt. Like, just about everyone I know lost interest when he left the show and they recasted him. Also, Yennefer and Triss are supposed to be two of the most beautiful women alive. Like, they're supposed to be so shockingly beautiful that they have beguiled tons of men. And honestly, and I'm not trying to be mean, but the actors they picked for the show were kind of mid. I mean, you know, exactly. Although, at least in that case, I understand why they took Charlie Sheen out of 2.5 Men. Because, he was going crazy and insulting the director and going on binges and all that shit. With Henry Cavill, it's just, he wanted to stay accurate to the source material. Oh my god! You know what I'm saying? Like, whereas Charlie Sheen was a mess. Yeah, that is true. That is very true. Honestly, I feel bad for the people who made the show, because they were kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. They couldn't really deal with Charlie Sheen's behavior, but he was kind of the face of the show. So I would not want to be stuck in that position. Because, I mean, I don't care how big of a star you are, you can't treat your cast and crew like shit. And, I mean, not only that, but he was insulting and creating enmity with the fucking director. Yeah. And I like Ashton Kutcher. It just wasn't the same with Ashton Kutcher, you know what I mean? Like, I like Ashton, I just, he just, you know, wasn't great in that. As an actor, I really like him. He actually, Ashton Kutcher, did one of my all-time favorite movies. I don't know if you've seen it, it's called The Butterfly Effect. And I fucking love that movie, and I do not think it got enough credit. All right.
Evaluating tactical options.
Ah, fuck, it doesn't matter. I can just run back to the boss. Oh, I definitely had a lot better shit than before, so that's all that really matters. Yes, exactly, he was, yeah. That 70s show was great. Yeah, and they ran into, it's funny you mention that too, because they ran into a similar problem with that 70s show. But, you know, after Eric left, it just was fucking weird.
Unauthorized personnel in the vicinity. Severe threat encountered. Enforce maximum security measures. Rehabilitation implemented.
See, what you have to do, it seems like I'm not doing a lot of damage, but you have to stun him to get his head to drop and then wail away. See what I mean? Now I'm doing damage. So it's just about doing it in a particular way. Kneecapping him basically to get to the innards.
Reinitializing systems. Unauthorized personnel in the vicinity. Severe threat encountered. Enforce maximum security measures.
Okay, baby. I'll be here.
Status critical. Reboot initiated. Backup drive initiated. Evaluating timeline options. Severe threat encountered. Enforce maximum security measures. Rehabilitation implemented.
Ah, almost. You fucker. Hey, thank you for watching. I really appreciate you. 5 people. Woo! And you should like, comment, and subscribe, or I will find you.
Look out for your fellow workers. They look out for you.
Evaluating tactical options.
God, I would kill for some burgers right now. That made me hungry. Fuck.
Subjugation authorized. Subjugation authorized. Reboot. Finish heist. System analysis. Fair. Intruder hostile. Upgrading tactical analysis. Enforcing maximum security measures.
Yeah, I know, babe. It's not like we don't have food here. I just, like, you know, you ever, like, hear somebody say, like, somebody like, man, that sounds good? I'm like, fuck, I could do some burgers, man, with cheese. A cheeseburger, you get what I mean? We've had them before, you know? It's just, like, oh, that sounds good. Like, it's not like I'm going hungry. I just ate, like, 2 sandwiches, like, an hour ago, so...
Dispensing sentence.
I'm not like, you know, Oliver Twist. Please, ma'am, may I have some more?
Error. System failure. Reinitializing systems. Restricted area. Security violation in progress. Upgrading tactical analysis. Error. System failure.
Oh, God. Ugh. And the fuck are you? Fuck you, face! And that's the end of the first area, basically the intro.
Production B. Personnel arrival.
You already know that Creo is not just another company. Our founder, Jonah Gutenberg, has a vision of a better world. We've all seen what has happened during our lifetime. This is not the future we were promised. Jonah saw the world deteriorate before his eyes. It was not just the social economic problems, the divide between the haves and the have-nots. No, it was bigger. Crops were failing, sea levels rising, droughts, floods, storms, our world was dying. Project Resolve is designed not as a band-aid, but as a cure. With every launch, the integrity of our atmosphere is being strengthened. With every rocket's payload, our world is being reseeded for future generations. Jonah used his considerable influence to bring together world leaders and corporations to create the Kyoto Accord. No longer could the environmental changes be ignored. Many even deemed it too late. But Jonah had an idea, and using his company's extensive resources, he'd already prototyped what would become Project Resolve. And that's why you're here, to make a difference. That's why Creo's here. That's why we're all here, to make a dream reality. Not just for us, but for our children, and for our children's children. but I just had the incredible honor of meeting Jonah Gutenberg, founder of Creo. That was an amazing... You already know that Creo is not just another company.
Yeah, it's cool. You get a drone.
Connection failure. Rerouting. Manual link established. Welcome to main production. Worker number. Database error. Now, how may I help you?
Yeah, like you know, like the drones I've been fighting. You get one that you can use to fight with you.
Fabulous. Then where's operations?
Information unavailable.
Seems you've got a screw loose somewhere.
Thanks for your concern. Error. No loose screws found.
Right. So, where is everybody?
Unable to initiate link to CreoNet. No data available. Time to get to work. Let me show you the way. Terms of use and license agreement. How may I be of service? Provided by Creo. I'd like to help. I'd like to help. I'd like to... Please, hold the line.
And you gradually upgrade the, you basically upgrade the drone over time. See? Like, it's a range attack you can use to pop out, and you can trick it out with shit, so it's just kind of cool. Further solidifies the, techno theme of it.
Welcome. This unit is currently running on emergency power. Services are limited at the moment. We apologize. Services are currently limited. Take care.
Hey, bro.
Power system activated. Sector initializing. Sector online. Hello.
Hello? Anyone there? Are you receiving? Please contact me if you can. Warren, I was starting to worry. I'm glad you're okay.
Will you finally tell me who you are?
Sally. I'm Sally, medical staff assigned to the Executive Forum. I'm isolated up here. Stuck, to be exact. Just trying my best to figure out how I can help.
What the hell's going on here?
There was some kind of incident, that's all I know. Hardly anything is working and your area is in lockdown. I'm trapped up in the Executive Forum, alone again. Warren, how are
You tried calling for help?
the system's locked down. There's no way I know to contact anybody outside. And it seems most comms are out apart from the ops.
I better get going.
Be careful out there.
Look out for your fellow workers.
To get to the
They look out for
It's
you.
safe there. Security forces have it locked down, but it's the getting there that's the problem. She said things will soon be under control, and they've asked for external aid. It tells you how serious things have gotten if they've called for outside help. But you know what? It's fine. If they've got everything under control, I'm just gonna sit here and wait for them. It's terrifying enough listening to the noises, let alone being out there. I'm safe here.
Look out for your fellow workers. They look out for you.
Yeah. My kid wants in. You know, I can't say no to pussy. Yeah, there are these two security guards here. You can get a good weapon if you kill them. They're optional enemies. You're supposed to fight them later.
Access denied.
Who's a good kitty? You. Wow. I'm gonna eat you. I'm gonna eat you. I'm gonna have Chinese food tonight. No. Pick it up already. I love you. I love her. Man, she sheds. Ugh. I love her, but she sheds. So yeah, I put her down. And she gets right back up. Yeah. People have been mentioning her weight a lot. Which is kind of crazy, because, like, I don't overfeed her. And I don't ever feed her people food. She gets, like, one ramekin. Hold on. She gets about one glass bowl like this full of food every day. So, I've had people comment she's bigger, but, like, I'm not feeding her people food, and it's not like I'm fucking overfeeding her, so I don't, you know? Actually, I need to get her some food. I'll be right back. You hungry, Echo? Yeah, like I said, I've tried to figure out a way to get her to lose weight, but I'm just running on blanks because, like I said, I don't overfeed her, and I don't feed her a ton of people food almost ever. Maybe no, she doesn't even go outside. That's the thing. She's a purely indoor cat. We have too many fucked up shit around here. And she's not really built for outside. She is an indoors pussy.
Take care. Welcome, Warren.
Oh, maybe. Could be. In which case, she needs a promotion. That's a good job right there. She's eating enough rats that she's gained weight. Good for her. Let me compare damage 33, 5, then. Yeah, just keep that couple stuff up right now. And see, now I sat back down, she got right back on me. Oh shit, you got me.
Take care.
Or honestly, she could just be big boned. Some cats are just naturally bigger, you know? Wow, what a bitch. Oh, okay.
Be careful out there.
You're so beautiful, Echo. I love you. Me too. Mwah. Can I eat you, ma'am? Hold on 1 second. Let me load up my thing to see all what you said. That's a big pussy. Okay, I don't think I'm ready to fight this thing yet.
Over here! Please, my rig's out of juice. I'm a fucking statue here. Can't move a thing. Can you power it up? Jumpstart me? Please, man, I'm trapped. Oh, damn, thank you. Been sitting here so long, my ass is numb. Can't count how many times I've had to play dead out here. Nearly pissed my pants a couple of times. I'm Hobbs, Dean Hobbs. No one calls me Dean, so, you know, Hobbs is fine.
What are you doing down here?
Well, just being me. I mean, I'm maintenance. I should have left this stuff to security. But I thought, hey, Hobbs, let's find out what's going on here. Stupid, man, just stupid. Wanted to check the failsafe consoles, see what they recorded. Got separated from my crew, but I thought, Hobbs, don't give up now. You can make it. And that's when my rig gave out.
Guess you've got no idea what's going on around here.
Shit, man, I don't know nothing. Felt like my brain was an egg on a griddle and then the yolk popped. Woke up, head ringing like crazy. Everything had just gone to hell. What I'd seen since then, man, you wouldn't believe it.
What's the deal with these failsafe consoles?
Creo's got a few around the factory to monitor problems and record them. There's sure to be some crazy stuff on them with all that's going down.
What do you mean?
Check them out if you want, but my adventuring days are done.
What's your plan?
I'm gonna get my ass out of here before it gets smashed like a bug in a windshield. Think I'll head up to Ops. Should be all right there.
So long, Hobbs.
Stay safe, man. Stay safe.
Failsafe protocol active. Log mark 96 hours.
Yeah, sorry.
0 minutes, 0 seconds. Automatic system-wide reboot begun. Data loss analysis. Most Creo systems damaged. 27% of data storage and processing systems report complete data and record loss, with low chance of recovery. Local non-networked power supplies remain operational. Recovery protocols activated. Damaged data sectors attempting temporary repair using analogous systems. Collateral loss of workforce is rated as extreme.
Overall work output efficiency remains severely impaired, with all functioning personnel-related systems reporting significant neurological deviation and physical degradation. Functioning implants and rigs should be collected for refurbishment and redistribution to fully functioning human assets.
Hey, man. Thanks again.
So long, Hobbs.
Stay safe, man. Stay safe.
Well, fuck. No, not a big deal.
Have a nice day, Warren.
How much time has passed? Minutes? Hours? Days? This place is falling apart. I'm falling apart. I was told it wouldn't hurt. That the whole thing would be over in just a couple of minutes. But the pain when it started. I was awake. It cut into my flesh. Pierced into my bones. I can still hear the machine. Feel it, and I screamed. Just screamed until there was no air left in my lungs. But it didn't stop. It didn't stop.
Yeah, not bad. Not a big deal. Alright now, God, I love you, right now.
Take care.
Damn, that scared me. Ooh, I kind of like that. You know, I just found an enemy carrying the weapon and I took it, the flame weapon. Didn't really miss much. Yeah, I'll have to see what it's like once I've upgraded it, but yeah, it does seem pretty cool. I really like the way it looks. There are also these flame claws called the Striggle. You're sweet. Your feet are sweet. I don't know, it just rhymed. Reinforced pipe. That's what you're gonna get from me. Diggity! Gonna give you my reinforced pipe all night long.
This is not a scheduled break time.
All night long. All night. Quagmire. Giggity giggity goo. All right.
Take care.
We made it, buddy. Good to see you. And don't think I forgot I owe you. Found this. Here, take it. Might help.
Any trouble getting here?
Nah, it was right around the corner and I kept my head down. Worst has got to be over now.
Take care, Hobbs.
You bet I would.
Alright, let's test these weapons out now that I upgraded them. Yeah.
This is not a scheduled break time. Look out for your fellow workers. They look out for you.
I died, not a big deal. I'm definitely improving. I'm trying to get you in the boot, now. Tell me you just do right. God, I was listening to Starboy.
Be careful out there.
Hey, burgers help everything. That is a statistical fact. Fuck you. Alright. Alright, asshole.
Look out for your fellow workers. They look out for you.
Yeah. Oh, you want to get in on this party, bro? You ready for this party, dog? Ah, shit. Oh well, not a big deal. Oh, yeah.
Happy to help.
thing. Yeah. That's kind of one of the central loops of this type of game, though. You respawn, the enemies respawn. You just have to learn how to do it. Ah, you asshole. Oh, okay, he fell to his death. Well, I'm not going to complain. Oh, I'm getting better, slowly but surely. Oh, yeah.
Warren, how are things now? Someone came in while you said he wouldn't have met.
What about Hobbs? Did he talk?
Hard to believe he would get more than a few
God never
scratches
gave
after what he
you
must
the
have gone
name.
through.
God
He
never
lost
gave
friends
you.
out there. One was killed right in front of him. I can't imagine how he must feel.
I better get going.
Be careful.
Look out for
Yeah.
your fellow workers. They look out for you.
Have you ever seen The Last of Us, Samantha? Okay. The Last of Us. Okay. I got this.
Happy to help. Come back anytime.
No.
Please remember, safety at work is our highest priority and should be yours.
Yeah, I've definitely had a bunch of people tell me that, like, oh man, you know, you never get mad or whatever.
Have a nice day, Warren.
Plus, as you use weapons, you see there's a yellow bar there in the bottom left corner, and it says weapon proficiency increased. The weapons get stronger as you use them, so, like, this sword, I'm not doing the most damage with it because I don't have as much experience using it. Yeah, so part of it is just getting practice. The other part of it is upgrading.
Have a nice day, Warren.
Ugh. Jeez. God. Okay, I got this.
Please remember, safety at work is our highest priority and should be yours.
Not really. Just until I find the next checkpoint.
Help. Please. Anyone there?
Yeah, I'm right there. It's like, it sounds like me and you in bed.
Look out for your fellow workers. They look out for you.
I'm locked in here. Please.
Please, come on, help me.
Damn. Thanks, man. I thought I was stuck in here for good. Come on. Say something. You okay in there? I appreciate it, really. Thought I was gonna starve in here. Don't know how much longer I would have lasted.
So tell me, what's your story?
Name's Davey, man. I work on the shell production line. Ran in here when those freaks started showing up. Didn't realize for hours the door was busted and I was stuck. Don't even know how long I've been in here.
You know what's going on around here?
You know this crap? No idea, man. Way above my pay grade. Something hit the system hard, that's for sure. Melted my damn neural link. It was like I was tripping in someone else's head. Thoughts, memories, just not my own. Some weird shit going down, that's all I know.
So, what are you gonna do now?
Dunno, man. Not staying out here, that's for damn sure. Maybe ops? Should be safe, right?
So long.
Later.
Good to see you.
Oh, me too. That's just random. Deep inside, you know there must be more. Okay, sorry.
Come back anytime. Please remember, safety at work is our highest priority and should be yours.
Yeah, sorry. I know it's not probably easy to watch. But hey, at least I've improved. It used to be, hitting myself when it overwhelmed me. Now I'm just breathing quickly and not, whacking myself. So, progress. Oh, I appreciate it. For a lot of people I used to see, for people around me, they would act like I was dangerous. They would act like they were scared of me. It was a look I could see in their eyes, the way they looked at me when they saw me have a panic attack, like I was dangerous, like I was an animal in a cage, trying to get out.
Hello. Hello.
Or people asking me, do you hear voices in your head? I'm like, no. No, okay? Like, you know, I mean, no shame on people who do, but that's not how fucking OCD and anxiety works, asshole. Oh, yeah, because I have anxiety or I'm talking to myself. I hear voices? Fuck you. Well, I'm sorry to hear that, too. That sucks.
Please remember, safety at work is our highest priority, and should be yours.
Okay, see, now I'm starting to get somewhere. You can see my sword is doing more damage. And my gear's starting to get good.
Assistance, Warren.
That's cool.
Look out for your fellow workers. They look out for you.
Yeah. Well, okay, I want you to think about it this way, Samantha. I'm trying to figure the right way to put it. OCD, as a phenomenon, has been observed for hundreds of years. Many people throughout history now, we think, had OCD. Or something like that. You know, like Leonardo da Vinci, and they were just called eccentric or crazy. Okay? But OCD, and not until 2020...
Welcome, Warren.
So only until, like, the last 5 years was it actually accepted as an official mental illness. That in and of itself is fucking crazy. And oh yeah, see, that's awesome. I had a bunch of scrap. It's like you get the scrap and it allows you to like hold on to it and use it when you did. So I had like 28,000 scrap that I've been holding on to So that's great. That's why I came back to upgrade my shit.
Look out for your fellow workers. They look out for you.
No, I thought so too. But fuck, even autism. You know how much, like, they've made strides forward with autism in just, like, the last decade? And, you know, sometimes it upsets me because it's like, people who, they mean well, but they still don't know anything. Like, people assuming that everyone who's autistic is like fucking Temple Grandin, basically. Or that we can't learn. I knew this guy I worked with at Walmart. I used to work at Walmart. I fucking hated it. But I knew this guy. He was a pretty decent guy when I worked at Walmart. Before I couldn't work anymore. And, you know, his son was autistic. Pretty heavily autistic. And, you know, he was just genuinely talking about, their struggles. And, you know, it was done out of love. He loved his son. But I told him, you know, that it gets better. That sometimes, you know, it can be hard for us to learn, but we do learn. We get better. People think that we just stay, you know, that same way forever, and that's not true. And he was shocked, you know, and he was shocked that I was autistic because I could make jokes and be socially acceptable. And, like, I know he didn't mean anything by it, but it's just like I said, everybody thinks that, like, every single person who's autistic is, like I said, Temple Grandin, worst case scenario. And even she was able to learn a bunch of social graces. I mean, some can't. But I'm saying a lot of us are able to get better and lead pretty decent lives. Oh, well, I'm right there. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
Take care.
Plus, I'm just trying to get experience up for the one-handed so it gets better. So it catches up with my stat, basically. Yeah, like I said, I don't hold it against him. He genuinely did love his son. You know, which is more than I could say for a lot of people who are in situations like that. But it's just like, you know, like people have these just outdated notions of us, you know, or like OCD has become this thing where it's like, oh, I'm a little bit particular about something. Guess I've got OCD. And like I said, I know people don't mean anything by it, but sometimes it does really get annoying. It's like, nah, bitch, okay? You wanting to be tidy is not OCD. You feeling like you have to be tidy or you're going to fucking splurt out, that's OCD. Feeling like you're going to fucking die if you don't do something in a particular way, that's OCD. Because when I fucking don't do something a certain way, it's like stepping in a fucking landmine in my brain. Anxiety. And I died again. Fuck! That's not a problem. You know, it's also... Unfortunately, that's another thing that's different between men and women. I feel like the male stigma against mental health is greater.
Highest priority and should be yours.
You know, when men see a woman crying or in pain or dealing with mental distress, they think, oh, I can help her, oh, is she okay, or she just needs help. But when a guy has mental problems, it's automatically, he's dangerous. Yeah, that's OCD. It also annoys my mother because she's bipolar, and there was wasn't a lot of understanding about being bipolar when she was around. She was born in the 70s, but now that bipolar is more socially accepted, she likes that it's more accepted, of course. But now any chick that's just slightly bitchy or moody, I'm bipolar, and she's like, no, you're not. Like, half the time, they are just assholes. Plus, not for nothing, but some people will just be better off just to mind their fucking business, you know?
Happy to help.
Sometimes you don't need to know. Sometimes you just keep walking. People are too fucking nosy, man. Not you, I'm just saying like in general. Not everything needs to concern everybody. I mean, even when they are nosy, it's not to help somebody. You know, maybe I can see if they were like trying to help. Like I've seen, you know, somebody having a bad day, and I asked them. I didn't even know them, but I asked them, you know, are you okay? Wow. And talk about a lucky break. Holy shit. Well, I fell and I would have fallen off that ledge to my death, but I landed on that little pew right there. Fuck.
So much for help coming. It's been over a day now and nothing. She's not responding when I call. It's getting worse out there and the noises are freaking me out. I can hear them, but at least there hasn't been any more screaming. Oh, that's a blessing. But there's other sounds. I did see one guy. He was in a terrible state, but he seemed to know what he was doing. Heading to the executive forum. Maybe I should have gone like she suggested.
Not just a company, it's a way of life. Here you're not just seen as anybody, you're somebody special. At Creo, we have your well-being at heart, and that includes body and mind. Creo's more than just a job. Here you're family, here you're home. But you want more, right? Why pay for expensive gym and spa memberships when Creo has state-of-the-art facilities right here? And as for vacations, what if I told you you can have one every week? That's right. With Creo's Dream Tour systems, or DTS, you can go anywhere in the world and even beyond. DTS feeds directly into your neural interface, and voila! You're on a beach in Rio, or Mardi Gras, New Orleans. Something more cultural? How about a stroll along the Seine in beautiful Paris? Or what about enjoying the Colosseum during the height of the Roman Empire? That's right. DTS can fulfill all your desire. Enjoy a 2-week vacation in less than an hour with DTS. Wherever you want to go, whatever you want to
Oh, hey, how's it going?
just click away. So much to
Motherfucker.
Creo's not just a company, it's a way of
Oh.
Be careful out there.
Bah! Bah!
Come back anytime.
Wow, just got double teamed. Okay. How you doing, Echo? I love you. Meow. You're birdie. She loves crinkly bags, so I gave her a little I gave her a little black plastic bag to lay on.
Priority and should be yours.
Imagine if about 20 or 30 years in the future, there was a super conglomerate, like Apple, who made mechs and stuff on top of all the smartphones, and for some unexplained reason, all their hardware went fucking crazy. And now the people are locked inside trying to get out, and that's the surge. Their brains were fried. It's called the surge because that's how everything went tits up. There was a massive, massive surge of power, and people whose brains weren't strong enough were melted and basically became mindless drones. Oh well, I'm getting better. Just among several games I'm playing right now. Trying to fill the void that Liza P left. I pretty much did everything there was to do in Liza P. But, you know, it's a great game when it's like you're genuinely sad when it's over. I mean, there's always like a sense of accomplishment. No, it's not. 2017, so about 8 years ago. So there's always a sense of accomplishment when you beat a game, you fully finish it or whatever. But when you really love a game, there's almost like a sadness there because you know it's over. You've done everything there is to do. I mean, you could replay it, but there's nothing more to see. Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, it's the same thing in principle, you know? You get to the end of a really awesome movie, you get to the end of a really great show after multiple seasons, and you're just like, fuck, what now? And, you know, Liza P, I loved it so much, and it just kind of left the hole. And this may be sci-fi, but it's kind of the same genre. They're both Souls-likes, basically. So, also just trying to keep myself busy till Death Stranding 2 comes out. Well, if I'm able to get it. Right now, I'm like $10 short of where I need to be. I had the goal, I had it set up to... No, I was always supposed to save up enough, and I get paid a certain amount by my parents to go to the store and do all the stuff I do, and I had it planned out so that I would have just enough, but other things wound up being more expensive and costing more money, and now I'm slightly behind. I'm like 10 or so dollars short, and I'm trying to come up with the rest while I still can before the game comes out. It's still a few weeks, so I'm hopeful that I can find a way to make up the difference. Like, I would have had enough, it's just, you know, certain things are more expensive, and, you know, a few of those days my parents weren't able to pay me, so then that fucks up the budget that I had. But obviously, you know. Yeah. And, you know, ordinarily I wouldn't sweat it, and I would just say, fuck it, I'll get it whenever, but this game is important to me, so it's kind of different. Like I said, the first game was one of my all-time favorite games, and it was one of the last games my grandma wanted to see before she died. And, it's an important series to me. It has a place near and dear in my heart. So, I'm just trying to figure it out. Like I said, there's still time, so... And it looks so great. Like, you go to fucking... The original game was in Australia. And, I mean, you saw... I don't know if you remember, Emily, you remember that trailer I sent you? And the song Into the Wilder? That was... The game with the footage was Death Stranding 2. That song was made just for Death Stranding 2. And not only that... But the artist of that game, of that song, Woodkid, is going to make an entire soundtrack just for Death Stranding 2. Like, he's a famous artist. He's done a lot of really popular stuff. Some music you may have heard of. Run Boy Run went viral a while back. And he's making a whole soundtrack. His whole next album, he's been working with Hideo Kojima this whole fucking time. So, well, I'm sure it is made. I'm sure it's made. You know, I'm saying in general, the music is brand new for the game is what I mean. That's what I mean. I'm sure it's already done. The soundtrack's already finished. The game's almost out. I'm just saying, like, the tracks are made for the game. They're not just licensed tracks. He made a whole album just for Death Stranding 2. The main music is. There'll be more. The first game had a bunch of artists. Wow, see now I'm gonna get a little bit lectury. I apologize. I'm trying to condense it. Okay, Death Stranding 1 had a bunch of different tracks from a bunch of different artists, but the main artist on Death Stranding was Low Roar. They were like a Finnish band. They're really good. Yes, because they didn't get Mick Gordon. Like, I could have told you that. Mick Gordon was why the soundtracks for the last two games were good. But, so the first game, had a bunch of different tracks. Low Roar. Low Roar. So, the first game had a bunch of different tracks from a bunch of different artists. Roar. Roar. Like a lion. I'm sorry, they're Iceland. Icelandic, I apologize. Not Finnish. I'm sorry. Either way, Low Roar. So the first game had a ton of different tracks from a ton of different artists, but the majority of the main plot songs were from Low Roar. They had more Low Roar songs than anything else. Unfortunately, however, the lead singer of Low Roar unexpectedly died from complications of pneumonia in 2021, a few years after the first game was wrapped. Yeah. So, Hideo Kojima wanted to keep working with them, but the band kind of disbanded. After the lead singer died, they didn't want to keep going. You know, I'm sure they'll probably make music, but it's like kind of like in Nirvana. Like, he was the writer and all that, so he had to find another artist. When he did the director's cut of Death Stranding, where he added some content, it was like a DLC, he worked with Woodkid on his song Goliath, and he liked Woodkid so much he made him the soundtrack guy for the second game. So, and yeah, I'm sorry. I just had to explain where the soundtrack comes from. And the soundtrack's kind of different because they didn't want Woodkid to basically be riffing off of Low Roar. You know what I mean? So they went in a different direction. But I think it sounds great because, like, I sent you that clip, that song Into the Wilder, super fucking great. I have it on my phone. I'll send it to you later, Samantha. I think it is a really touching, moving, beautiful song. And if the whole soundtrack for the game is that good, holy shit. Like, it's really good. Yeah, he was only 38 too. And he was in perfect health. You know, he just got sick, and then he was touring. You know, he was in the middle of a tour, so he kept going, didn't get properly recovery, and he had complications from pneumonia and died. Like, it was really sudden. It really shocked the band. Well, 40, yeah. And, you know, came out of nowhere. He was, up until that point, he was in perfectly good health. So it shocked his family, his wife, the band. You know, and like they got like a newfound level of attention from Death Stranding because they were kind of a lesser known band, and that game being a Hideo Kojima game and being so big propelled them more into the spotlight. But And then he's on top of the world, he's touring, and then bam, you're dead. Like, it's crazy how life works sometimes. It's scary.
Do you require assistance, Warren?
But, you'll probably see me play Death Stranding, Samantha. I was in the process of refinishing it before the sequel came out.
Welcome, Warren.
Yeah, my mom had pneumonia several times, actually. If you remember, I still wear a mask everywhere I go. Everywhere I go indoors, obviously I don't wear it outside. People who wear masks outside, it sucks. I'm so sorry. You know how my grandma died and how I feel about that. I feel for you. I'm sorry. But people who wear masks outside are fucking stupid. But, I'm one of the few people that wears masks indoors. So people are like, why? Are you scared of COVID? And I said, no, not really, okay? I mean, obviously I don't want to get sick, but yeah, I said if I get it, I'm young, I'm in relatively good shape. Fuck, that sucks. I missed my grandma's funeral as well. I had to stay at the house and guard our shit. We lived in a bad neighborhood, and my dad needed to go, my mom needed to go, and I was the only one who could stay at the house. And, my mom and dad were genuinely afraid that if they went to Alabama to bury her, that we would get robbed, so I had to stay. So, we did live in a bad neighborhood, and the kind of neighborhood where,
Hello.
we did live in the kind of neighborhood where if they saw nobody was home, our shit would get jacked. That was not like an unfounded fear. And that was my dad's mother, so... they had to drive to Alabama, and it took 3 or 4 days. So, I don't hold that against myself because I did the best I could. In between the two of us, I was gonna tell my dad not to go to his mother's funeral, so I could. And that, but she had specifically asked to be buried with her husband, my granddad, and he was buried in Alabama. So they had to honor her last wish, and somebody had to watch the house so our shit didn't get robbed. It's not like I didn't care. I want to stress that. You know how much I loved her. Somebody had to stay. And in that situation between, no, unfortunately, she's in Alabama, and we don't really have ways to get out there. I would if I could. I'm sorry, getting emotional. She meant everything to me. But yeah, so I said, I'm young and in good health lung-wise, so I said, I don't smoke or anything like that. I said I'd probably be okay if I got COVID. Like, I knocked on wood because there's no guarantees, but I said most likely I'd be fine. But my mother has compromised lungs, and she had pneumonia like 3 times in a year and a half because her weakened immune system permanently scarred up her lungs. She has COPD because of it. And they literally said she's at high risk for COVID. So when I go places, I don't wear a mask for me. I wear a mask for my mother. Because if I brought home something and she got sick because of me, I'm not sure I could ever forgive myself. Not that it's really anybody's business. If I'm wearing a mask and I'm not telling you to wear a mask, then fucking mind your business. Honestly. It's not me wearing a mask, it's not fucking affecting you. But, what are you gonna do? I was just explaining, like, people are like, you still wear a mask? They're like, yeah, my mother still is immunely compromised and has damaged lungs. Yeah, I do. If no other reason than because she asked me to. And I love my mother. Holy shit.
Happy to help.
Sorry, I get lost sometimes. It's the weirdest things that bring it back for you. Like I said, games and stuff, you know? No, I mean, I love my mother. I've said it before, I've said it over and over again, I love my mother. I mean, I love my dad too, but I've just always been a mama's boy. When I was a little kid, my mom would occasionally bring me over to my grandma's house. And I would cry and cry and cry because I didn't want to go. I didn't want to be separated from my mother at all. I mean, I was really bad. For years, I had as a kid, I had a purple suede pillow that my mother gave to me. And I used it as like my comfort thing because it smelled like her, and I had that pillow for years, wouldn't let it pass my sight, and then our house got in a flood and it got all mildewy and fucked up and I had to basically throw it away. Even my dad, you know, like he's told me he had to try not to be jealous that how close I was to my mother. And, fucking anxiety. Aside from the fact that you know, my mother's disabled, me and my dad are pretty much the only people that care about her at this point. We're all she's got left. So I'm pretty protective of my mother. I've had some girlfriends that I've dated didn't like my mother, or how close I was to my mother. Like, it's weird. I'm like, would you rather have somebody that doesn't like his mother dating you? And it's like, unless you come in there and see me have a bath time with my mother, going full fucking Norman Bates, I wouldn't worry about it. I love you, mommy. But yeah, well, they were shitty. I think some people have this fucked up notion that guys should be close to their dad and girls should be close to their moms, and they find it weird when like a girl's really close to her dad or whatever. But you know, I'm weird. Might as well fucking embrace it. Yeah. Well, I don't know if I would say sweetheart, but I appreciate your compliment, Samantha. I know there's a lot of people who think I'm a rat bastard. You guys definitely see a different side of me. You know, because, okay, you know, I'll be honest. I afford everybody a certain level of respect out in the world. Because I think everybody should be afforded a certain level of common decency. Unless they, like, personally done something to me. But I don't care about them. You know, some people are like, well, I care about everybody. I care about people. I don't. I don't care about people at all. Not one bit. I care about my people. To the rest, I'm indifferent. My mother, my father, my cat, my mother's dog, my friends, you. Other than that, I don't fucking care.
Maybe if I cut them off.
Yeah, you get it.
This is useless. Damn it. Not again. Well, you can fuck right off. I swear Hey. You're actually normal. For a moment, I thought you were one of these psychos. Already ran into a dozen or so of them today. Guess I've always attracted the wrong type of guy.
Well, I don't know what that says about me, because they've been chasing my ass around, too.
First time I've smiled in days. Thank you. I'm Irina, by the way. Trained engineer and, apparently, born survivor.
Got any idea what's going on here?
Yeah. This company finally managed to burn the final vestiges of humanity out of us. Guess we're the lucky ones, though. Didn't drop dead. Haven't blown a fuse. At least not yet.
You're searching for something?
Look at Mr. Inquisitive. Just trying to find something that would help me stay alive a bit longer. A good staff. One that's not actually falling apart. On the off chance someone needs a good beating.
I'll see what I can do.
Oh, look at you. The White Knight. I could get it myself, you know. But as long as you're offering.
So what's with the staff and everything?
I could ask you the same question. I guess sitting things out is just not our way. I never liked those.
But, like, people who I'm friends with, or
even before this shit went down,
people who see me on streams, just kind of assume that I chat all the time. And, like, when you don't know...
What if I told you I have what
when you don't know me,
Usually saying that is a prelude to disappointment, but hey, I'm game. So let's see what you've got.
When you don't know me, I don't. When you don't know me, I'm super quiet and reserved.
Well, this one comes with best regards from Creo's security.
A striking argument in each negotiation. Boy, oh boy, you make me happy. I owe you. It's nice to know chivalry isn't dead.
Better get going now.
And just as I was getting to know you.
Yeah, you can tell she wants to D. She wants Warren's D. I mean, that much is obvious.
Visitors of Creo World to the guided tour of our famous Creo production album. Just follow the footprints to the center and get ready for
that's for the DLC.
Tour. First,
we're not gonna do this right now. The DLC is really cool. It takes you to an amusement park.
Why pay for expensive gym and spa memberships when Creo has state-of-the-art facilities right here? And what if I told you you could have one every week? That's right. With Creo's...
Did you see what Samantha said about the Spice Girls, Emily? She tagged you, and I don't know if you saw it.
Okay, guys. This is Benberg, so listen up. I don't know if you made it out of recycling. But if you can, meet me at the outbound station.
If you wanna be my lover,
I'll be waiting. We can make it.
Wow, that flame staff looks pretty cool. Yeah, well, I mean, he's mad ahead. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you.
Happy to help.
Okay, now we're starting to get somewhere.
This is not a scheduled break time. Be careful out there.
I'm so glad to see you, man. I ain't feeling right. Not right at all. I need my meds. Bad. It's been hours, man. I can't make it without them.
What meds do you need?
It's an implant. Called Modaxinol. I will die without it, man. Last time I went out... Well, you know what happened. Seriously, I'm in bad shape.
I'll try to find it for you.
You don't know how much I'd appreciate that. Seriously. Thanks. I know it's asking a lot. I mean, who wants to go out there, right? But please. I don't want to get sick.
How are you and Hobbs getting along?
Oh, I don't know. He didn't want to help me. Totally wrapped up in himself. I mean, if it was him who needed his meds, I mean, it's not like I'm being overdramatic here, you know?
Have to go.
Hey.
Happy to help.
Yeah, you said you didn't really like doing the Dark Ages. I thought it looked pretty good. But I have heard some people really didn't like it. What exactly did you not like about it? Yeah, well, that was on purpose. Some people thought that Doom Eternal was too athletic, that you did too much hopping and shit around, so they deliberately slowed it down. Like, I've seen people complain about that with Doom Eternal, that there was too much jumping and stuff like that. I like the agility and athleticism. Yeah. Get up, stand up, come and throw your hands up. If you got the feeling, throw them to the ceiling. Jump, jump, jump. Well, you played it? You're saying it felt soggy? I didn't know you personally played it. That'd be cool. Yeah, that probably won't happen for some time. It's not really high on my priority list, to be honest with you. Honestly, I'm gonna have to be saving up the next few months. This year's kind of packed with game releases, and I want to get the ones that are important to me. If I want to get the ones that are important to me, I have to save up. And I have to be particular about what I save up on. This month is Death Stranding 2, as you know. Nothing for July, but then nothing that I know of for July anyway. But then August is a really big month. Mafia: The Old Country comes out, and I really like the Mafia games, and that's set in the 1800s in like World War One era-ish Sicily. It's like the origin of the mob, and we've had a lot of mob games, but we've never had a mob game about like the origin of the mob in Sicily. You know what I mean? It's a very unique setting, and I love mob-themed shit, and I think it's just a super great idea. So I'm really excited for that. And then the Metal Gear Solid 3 remake comes out August 28th. And you know that I'm a fucking huge diehard fan of Metal Gear Solid. And I've been waiting on this remake for a while. And then in September, Silent Hill F comes out, September 25th. And obviously, not only does F sound cool, but I'm a really big fan of Silent Hill, so it's important to me that I get that. So I've got a lot of games, you know, that are coming that are important to me. This year is jam-packed. And so, you know, like, even Doom Eternal, don't get me wrong, I like Doom Eternal. I don't regret playing the new Doom. It's not one of my favorite games. You understand? I think it's good, but it would not take precedence for me over Metal Gear Solid or Silent Hill. And that was Doom Eternal, which you said is a lot better. So, at best, I'm kind of like, about Doom the Dark Ages, especially if you really liked Eternal in 2016 and you don't really like Dark Ages. So, like, I mean, I'm not, like, against it, but I kind of want to make sure I have other things that take higher precedence. So yeah, like, you're right, maybe on a sale, I'm sure it'll come down to pretty cheap in a few years. You know, but I'm not, like, at it right now, and I have games that are much more important to me that are around the corner that I gotta be saving up for. Maybe, yeah, that is rare, I agree. That's also something you could talk about in the group. A lot of people in the group like Doom. Like, you talk to Max about it, he likes Doom, he's played all the Doom games. So, that right there. There you go, like, that's something you could talk about with Max and them in the group. Sometimes you feel like you don't fit in, you don't have enough to talk about. Max has played pretty much all the Dooms, we've talked about it, so you can talk to him about Doom. And he's played Doom 2016 and Eternal. And we had talked about the Dark Ages before, so... I don't think he's played the Dark Ages, but I could be mistaken. His brother has a system and buys games, so he's played a couple of games for his brother, but he had mentioned playing it personally to me, but I could be wrong. It just never came up. Maybe he has played it. I value his opinion as well, so... But, you know, like I'm saying, even if it was the best Doom, I still would not pick it over Silent Hill. Silent Hill is just, with my love for horror and Silent Hill, it's just too important to me. Or Metal Gear Solid. Metal Gear Solid 5 is, like, literally my favorite game ever. Like, fucking ever. So, you know. Maybe in July it's on sale. Like I said, there's no game releases that I know of in July, so that's a free month. But then, usually, there's games on sale that I try to get, you know, and I'm always a sucker for a good deal. So, like I said, I'm not committing to it. Especially not with you being, If you had told me that it was really good, I would have had to more heavily consider it. right now I'm just trying to fill. Like I said, it really profoundly affected me. Are you still there, Samantha? You just kind of disappeared. You went dark. I don't know if you're busy or you vanished. But yeah, like Liza P just... And there's nothing else quite like it. Now I know it'll be another few years until the sequel comes out, so, you know, there's nothing quite there to fill the void. And I mean, of course, that's the sign of a good game. I felt the same way after I finished Ghost of Tsushima. I felt the same way after I finished The Last of Us. You know, Resident Evil 4, like, there are certain games are like, man, what's going to top this? Yeah, at least, yeah, that is true. Sometimes you wonder, sometimes it's like, oh, when is the game coming? Oh, you know, with this, it's already confirmed. And hopefully they've been working on it. They've been working on it since before the first game shipped. They've planned to make it a franchise from the beginning. So, it's already been in development for 2 years, so hopefully it won't be super long. Like I said, maybe 2026, 2027, because it seems like they were intent on making games at a regular clip and not taking 8 years to make every game, so... that actually super varies, Sammy. It really just depends on, one, what's coming out. Certain years are more jam-packed and have a lot of games coming out. Like, this year is exceptionally saturated for whatever reason, and then certain years don't have a lot of games coming out. Like, 2024 was more of a slower year. There was a couple of releases, but overall it was a kind of a downbeat year. And then also what I can afford, because my parents helped me out probably a couple hundred. Yeah, probably roundabout ballparking. I mean, I'm not like loaded with money. I have to scrimp up and save. My parents, no, I understand. My parents will, give me money here and there to go to the store, do the stuff that I do for them, and I can save it up to get a game. So, like, me getting a game, I have to commit, I have to save up. And it also varies depending on what money I get. Sometimes they don't have the money to send me. Even my parents wanted to give me the money, they can't. So, sometimes they'll have extra and they'll throw me extra to say, thank you for helping. And other times, they won't have as much money because we've had a lean month, you know? So, it's not like a set figure each month. I wish that it was. Or even each year, because, you know, some years there's not that many games come out that I'm really satisfied for. And I typically don't buy games new at launch. Like, you can ask Gimli. It's very rare that I get a game at launch. You know, the last game that I got at launch was Silent Hill 2 Remake. And that was over a year ago. It actually varies depending on how much views you get, basically. That's when I start getting paid. And then it just depends on how much views I get. They'll start paying me. It's different for everybody. Unfortunately, there's no like standard metric. If I get more views that month, more money. Less views, less money.
This is not a scheduled break time.
But once YouTube puts you in the partner program, they start promoting your content. So I'll be able to get more views more easily.
Have a nice day.
So, yeah. I'm just kind of grinding out some gear and upgrades and shit. I've also thought about maybe playing Witcher 3 for Samantha. She was telling me it came up organically that she really liked the Witcher show. And I'm like, man, yes, pretty much. And that was a DLC. That wasn't a full game, you know what I mean? So I had to spend some money on it, but it wasn't like a full game price, you know what I mean? like I said, the last game that I bought at launch was Silent Hill 2 Remake, and that was almost a year ago, last October. So, in almost a year, I haven't bought another game at launch. Yeah. Samantha got Lies of P. She wanted to try it out, and then she had to buy a controller because she was playing on her PC, and that is a game that is not made for a keyboard. Some games, just fine on keyboard. There are clearly games that are more made for a controller. That's one of them. But I thought it was cool. She wanted to try it out, and it was on sale. It was 50% off to the base game to celebrate the DLC coming out. So that was cool. She was able to get it a lot cheaper than normal, and that's it's always good when publishers do that. And I told her I would help her out if she needed help. But I was careful to explain to her that when I said that, I wasn't like denigrating her, like, oh, because you're a woman. Because some people, when they say, oh, I'll help you out, like to a girl, that's what I mean. I do that with all my friends. I just didn't want to come off wrong. You've seen it yourself, Emily. Like, Alex will get into a game, like, hey, I'm struggling, and I'll sit there and give him pointers, like something I do for everybody. When I want... Yeah, I wish you could play with me, and that would be so cool. One day. Well, actually, that's not necessarily true. This is one of the rare times that I have PS Plus. Although I only have it for a little bit longer. But there are some games that are cross-platform that you can play on PC with me on console. There's not like a shit ton of them, but there is some. So we could conceivably find something. Yeah, exactly. Well, I just didn't want her to get the wrong impression, you know what I mean? That's all. Like, oh, because you're a girl. Yeah, exactly. I didn't want her to think, well, oh, I need to help because you're a girl, because some people are like that and they're shitty. And I just want to make sure, like, I would offer anybody playing it. Lies of P is a tough game. Lies of P will kick your ass. So, but I love it, and I think it's an amazing game once you get into it, so I want to help people get into it. Especially because I love being able to share things with people. Like, if I'm excited about a game and I get somebody into the game, then they can talk to me about it. That's cool, because now I can share somebody. And when you help somebody out with the game, that helps bring them into it. Some people are just like, oh, you should get good. And they're like, you understand that you're pushing people away from the franchise when you say shit like that, right? Like, you're not, you're accomplishing the opposite of what you want when you do shit like that.
How about a stroll along
So I've actually helped a lot of people get into the Souls games, because they'd be like, well, I want to play the games. I'm curious about them, like Elden Ring. I'm curious about them, but they're so tough. And be like, well, I can help you, and I actually help people get into the games. Like Alex, he wanted to play Elden Ring, but he kept bouncing off the wall. He just couldn't get over that initial hurdle, and I helped him. And he went on to love Elden Ring and put over 100 hours into it. I mean, every game kicks your ass until you're good at it, Samantha. I wouldn't disparage yourself. I mean, it's not like I pick up every game and I'm just great at it. You know what I mean? So... My feat, my rare ability, if you will, is that I'm persistent. That dying in a game like this doesn't upset me the way it would other people. I know some people who, if they die this many times, be like, oh, fuck, or they beat a boss, and I'm not. I'm usually pretty calm. The only time you'll see me lose my shit is A, if it's bullshit, it's cheap, not like I'm not losing because I'm not good enough yet, but if I'm losing because of a flaw in game design, then I'll get upset, because that's the game being bullshit. Or two, if I'm playing online and somebody starts being a bitch, then I get upset. Like camping, or I once raged because I played against this 14-year-old on Mortal Kombat 11, and he literally just spammed the same move 50 times in a row, and he found an exploit that made it so people couldn't get up, and I think they even patched that later. But like, he literally was spamming the thing to be a fucking dick. That upsets me. Other than, you know, like Emily used to watch me stream Mortal Kombat, and I would play it online. I got pretty good at it, but I lost plenty of times. And if they weren't being a spammy bitch or being mean on the mic or something, I would say, you know, thank you, good game. Like, you'll never catch me being like, oh fuck, I can't believe I lost. Fuck you. You know, that's my persistence. I may suck at first, but I don't give up until I fucking get it.
Hello.
Yeah, that was my main guy, Johnny Cage. I played him more than anybody else. I got really good at Johnny Cage.
Happy to help.
Yeah. Yeah, I keep forgetting that you're Canadian. That's wild. And also a fair bit British. Your accent is actually really subtle, though. I thought, like, your accent would be stronger, and it's really not. Like, you can kind of tell, but, you know, it's nowhere near as strong as, like, I thought about. You're not sitting there, sorry. Oh, Saskatchewan, eh? Which makes sense, you know, obviously real life's not like caricatures. Then again, I have people surprised that I'm not super southern sounding. They're like, you're in Kentucky and you don't speak with an accent? Well, I'm like, sorry, let me talk how you expect I should. It's like, hey sister, come over here. I'll make you squeal like a pig. Like, is that better? Is that what you're expecting? But I am blessed to have a lot of people from all across the world in my streams, and I am thankful for that. I've learned a lot of other people's culture from people coming to my streams. Yeah, Emily is really big on emojis too, Samantha. Like, honestly, I have no idea how she finds all the emojis. Like, you'll say the most random thing, and she'll fucking find an emoji for it. Emojis I didn't even know fucking existed. Even Max. Max is in the group and he's like, how the fuck do you find those so fast? Like, that's like her hidden skill is fucking emojis. That's what I bring to the chat. She just pops it down the table. That's what I bring to the chat. I can see it now. Emily goes to get a new job. And the corporate guy is like, oh, Miss Emily, what do you bring to the table? And she's like, what do I bring to the table? This. She pulls a giant fucking emoji out of her pocket, puts it down on the table, walks away. Emoji drop. Samantha's really good at emojis too. Might have fierce competition there. The emoji wars. Priya. Priya. That's funny. I didn't ever used to use emojis, but it became a thing where I used it predominantly because so many people thought. Yeah, see? You literally said something, and like in 0.5 fucking seconds, she's already found it. Shit and hole. The speed that she rifles through her emojis is fucking shocking.